What's going on, retro coders? Hope you're okay. I've been working away like a ferret, trying to sort this one out. Hope everyone's going to enjoy this. Get that music. Right. So, without much further ado, let's get into some double buffering on the Spectrum. Now, right at the start of this lesson, I want to point out quite a few things. A, it's not a lesson. I just called it one, but it isn't. It's more of a blog, video log of my own learning progress in assembly, especially for the ZX Spectrum. That's the main thing I want to get out of the way. Like, you're not going to learn precisely how to do this double buffering here right now, but you might get some if you're completely like I am, where you didn't have a clue how to do it. This may help you just take the first steps. That's the first thing to get out of the way. Now the second one was this session is going to be huge. I've done quite a lot of coding here in the background, and I didn't actually count the lines, but I estimate it somewhere in like the 5,000 lines or maybe 10,000 lines region, just for one routine near enough, or two. So like that goes into that first point where I don't think this is the best way of doing it, but it might help us understand. It helps me understand for sure. Seems to work. However, that is the final key point I want to make. I want to stress at the start here. Like, I don't actually still have a working implementation of this, but it's pretty much working now. So I thought I'd share it. And actually, by sharing it, I might even find the problem by retyping this code here. There's a mega amount of copy and paste going on here. You're going to see it in a minute. Right, let's get started. The very first thing, and this is full of new things, this session. Little things that are new, but the whole thing, I'll try and point out whatever I can that's new. But I'm in a bit of a mix-up myself. But I always create an entry point, but this time I'm doing it in hex because that's just was easier for me at the time. This time my entry point is 9600 hex, and the reason for that is, well, let's just quickly get this out of the way. The reason for that is I want to store our screen in memory, create a secondary buffer for our screen. We're going to be able to draw sprites or anything to that screen in a logical order, and then we're going to transfer that memory very quickly using a technique I've learned out of a book, which just involves moving the stack pointer, popping it, pushing it back after you've moved the stack pointer somewhere else, and it very quickly moves each line. We can then just literally, the way I've done it is brute force, just each line I've specified where it starts in the memory, but it does it real quick because there's no need for any calculations. It's just a load of constants that I'm storing, really. It's the only sort of downside of it, I guess. As well as it's a lot of copy paste, and I did in my first implementation I messed something up with the copy paste, and one line was getting messed up out of each 8 character cells. The bottom one was getting screwed up, but hopefully it won't happen here. The very first thing now we want to do is start defining some of these constants. So we'll just put screen buffer start at 8,000 of hex. And I understand hex very well. I've been working in it for a long time with different little hobbies over the years, but I still got really confused when trying to read from the book in decimal with these big numbers and hex, and then when I had to multiply the hex by 3 in my head and stuff, I started messing it up. So that's where I think I went wrong. But anyway, these are just we're going to add to these later, but these are just keep them simple so we know where everything is being kept. So as you see here, we start at 8,000 of hex, and we go all the way up to 96, which is where we begin our program. So we've got all that space in between to store our screen. That's where I got confused. That is 2 lots of, in fact, see, that's too much already. And I think that's where I went wrong. Because each character line has 8 lines in it, right? But aside from that, there's 8 character cells in a screen segment, and that happens to equal 800 hex, like 0800 hex. But 2 of those is 1000, not 1600, and that's where I was going wrong. You see, and I've caused myself a hell of a lot of pain by doing that. And I've just done it there, right then. In fact, in my notes, it's still wrong. So it's not a great start, but we can work around this, don't worry. So that gives us 2 screen segments of, well, we need one of these as well, so let's do that. And this is where I did start to decide, is it better to work in decimal here? And I might even, just for now, I'm going to comment how much it is in decimal each time. So that, I should have known it, because that's where we used to start our program every time. That's like the first bit of free memory we have. That's the end of our memory for our screen. And that is the amount of bytes. Whoops, sorry. Oh no, that was right. That is the amount of bytes in a whole segment, which is 8 character lines, or 32 characters per line. Right, what else are we going to need? I've done a lot of messing around in my code here, where you've probably seen it before anyway, where I only use the upper byte for the pixel memory. And that starts at that. So yeah, that'll do. See, we probably won't use all of these, but they're there just for our own reference right now. I'll put UB, that means upper byte. Should have put it there as well. Alright, so I hope that makes sense. What I've done is, that's just the start of where our actual physical screen memory starts, but I want our game area to start on segment 2, or the middle segment out of the 3. And that's where that's situated, because a segment size is 800, so that's pretty obvious, yeah? I mean, just for completion. I mean, this might actually help us down the line, I reckon, having these decimals written here. Okay. In this monolithic piece of code, I've actually used I've used it so many times that I ended up just having another constant for that as well. It wasn't needed, but there was a way around that, but it was just the easiest way at the time when I was testing things that weren't quite working as I wanted them to. Is that correct? I believe so. I'm going to check it though. No, see, that is exactly where my problem lied. Really, that was not equal, which I thought it was. That's what I want. My calculator says that that equals that. It's very confusing. I do see how it works. It's because they go up to 16, of course, but it's just easy to forget every time. I've had a long day of coding as well. They've been at this quite a long time. But yeah, that's the exact reason why I was getting some failures. I was writing into the color memory when I'd done the second segment. I couldn't figure out why, but that's exactly why there. Right, now I'm about to create a load of content. Oh crikey, I've been muted the entire time. I hope I haven't been muted too long. Let me know in the chat if I've, I think I explained all this on air. Anyway, what I'm doing here is just creating some constants to move down them pixels. If you remember the way they are drawn, they move in a funny order, which I should have shown at the start here. I can load it. Wait a second. I've got that program still. Okay, why doesn't that show them? Views. There you go. It's going like that. So these constants are telling it, I'm going to brute force tell it which line. So when we get to line 1 in our screen memory, okay, that's going to be line 1. But line 2 is actually 8 whole lines down, which is 256 bytes from the top of my head. It's really strange, but I've calculated it all here. I've got it in code. And that's what these are for. And they're annoying as anything. In fact, let's copy and paste them in. So there they are. Each one moves down 8 and then it's a whole segment, so we can use a separate offset for that, which is what these are. So we add that plus that and we get the right line, in other words. Now that works for the first character of each segment, but then we also need them to go down a whole character line. And it will become more clear when we start coding. Alright, so before the program even starts, well, at the very beginning of the program, we'll call that to clear the screen. We're then going to load H with the screen buffer start up a byte. What we're going to do here is we're going to just draw to our screen memory solid bars. You'll see in a second. Half of it will be a pixel and half of it won't. So it'll be solid lines going down the screen. So there, I've just compared is H at the end of the screen buffer. And if it is, we'll go change board up so we know that that's completed. Alright. We don't even need a return or a jump because we'll go straight into main from there. So that's when it gets to the end of the memory taken care of. Alright, so yeah, I want basically lines going down the screen, blank, picture, drawn, blank, drawn, blank. Increment the pointer. This is nothing new to any of you lot. If not, jump back. There we go. Stick a halt in here. Now I've written a sprite drawing routine, and I'm going to just paste it in. It's commented very well there. All I need to do is make sure my sprite pointer is in DE. If my sprite is that size, this will be fine, and it'll just draw it. If we drew it directly to the memory like that, the screen memory, it would be sliced each line. We could test that just by changing this pointer here, I believe. Change that to screen, no. Oh, you don't even need to, just change it to OX 4000, which is where the screen memory starts. We'll need a sprite as well. Copy and paste it in. I just drew a flag. There it is. So it's like an England flag. It's called sprite. We only need to draw it once right now. So D is the sprite pointer. We'll draw sprite. We need them, sprite X and Y. So this is attempting to draw it straight into color memory, and it treats it as if color memory is just a straight up array, like what our screen memory will be when we use a buffer. Oh, I've got an error. I didn't make that yet. Thought that might happen. 132 previously defined. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, it hasn't even drawn it. That's not a good start. That's weird, it doesn't show up. It should be showing up. Getting sidetracked again because I was only trying to demonstrate what it would look like. Oh, we never get to there. We jump to change next border. Right, that's what it would look like. We just tried. I don't know why it never shows. It used to just show up perfectly every time. So that's meant to look like the England flag, but obviously it doesn't. Looks like a lot of it's getting missed out. But anyway, that's what happens. But what we do is we draw it absolutely normally to our green buffer. And now here comes the monstrosity. First thing we want to do is create a stack pointer of word. Really should make another file for this because it gets huge. I'll put a little divide in thing so we know where the data begins. I'll put a big space because it's really hard to maneuver through this code later without big spaces. It's actually pretty goddamn simple, but there is a lot of things that can catch you out here. But I just call it move buffer. No, that's not very clear. Move buffer. Move buffer to screen. First thing we do is save the stack pointer, cache it to where we set some data aside. That's the stack pointer. That's brand new to us if you've only followed my channel. But you'll have to look it up, but it's pretty straightforward. The stack keeps growing every time you put something onto it. That's called pushing. if you pop it, it decreases. But there's a trick to it. Let me read it. So many notes. Yeah. So every time you push, it decrements the stack pointer in the spectrum. So it goes down a little bit in memory. And obviously you have a set amount, but I don't think you need to worry about that really. I don't know how big it is. I'm going to guess 256, but I have no clue. It would be easy to look that up. So yeah, a stack pointer. It's just like any other pointer, isn't it? Yeah. So with SP, you can't do any like logic. Hello, Moz, my friend. How you doing, man? We're about to do some push pop, man. It's the 90s again. Do you remember them push pops? I was addicted to them as a kid. It must have been the advertising that got me, and just the fact that you have to push it with your finger. I love it. But yeah, this is gonna get nasty, man. This is like about 5,000 lines of code we're about to write here, and it doesn't fully work. It near enough works. So my version. But oh, god damn. Anyway, I'm hoping people understand what the stack pointer is. You can't do arithmetic on it, but think of it as an address in memory that points at the stack. We're going to use it completely. I mean, I expect it was intended like this, but you know, it doesn't seem like it's the intended way of using it. So prepare, get yourself settled. This is going to get complicated. We've stored the stack pointer for later, so we can restore it. We're then going to load the stack pointer with our buffer memory start. Now the first character line isn't too bad, because the very first line of the first character is actually in the right place on the spectrum memory. So the next thing, this is where it gets really complicated because there's so many new things. This is like an explosion of trying to explain stuff here. But I'm going to skip past what a stack pointer is. If you don't know that, this is probably going to be gobbledygook, but I can't explain that and then the next lot. But I've given a brief explanation what it is. It gets incremented every time we pop, and it gets decremented every time we push. That's a key. And it's by 2 if you push it to a 16-bit, which you normally have. I've only ever done it with 16 bits. Anyway, I'm going to comment everything. So this is start of buffer first line. SP is incremented 2 for each 16-bit pop. Okay, right. We have a screen that's 32 characters in width. We've made our buffer, and that's got the right amount of bits, the right amount of bytes. It can be set up as a 1D array, which we're going to be doing, which we've pretty much just done, and we're going to be using it as such. We need to remember that in here, and this is where the engine is going to be, where it converts our lines into the correct order. But aside from that, we've moved the stack pointer. Normally you push something to the stack and you pop it after that. Now, because we've moved it, it's pointing at our memory. And we have 32 characters per line. We need to try and somehow smash a line through the memory into the next bit, into the actual screen memory. But we only have AF, BC, DE, HL. We've got IX and IY as well. If we really needed them. We don't actually need them for this because that wouldn't be enough to do all 32. They can do 2 bytes per register. AF, BC, DE, HL, that's 8 bytes. we need 32. You can use the shadow registers. That's 16 bytes. That's enough for half the screen, half the width of one line. And that's how we're going to do it, long story short. So in theory we could probably cope with a couple more characters, but we're going to basically split the screen in half. We're going to draw one line at a time, at half at a time. So the first line is pretty simple. Like I say, we're pointing our stack pointer at our memory where we've stored our 1D array of screen news, a buffer of screen data. For the first one, we just want the first byte, or the first 2 bytes. But we're popping, you see. That's the weird thing. So when we pop, it's going to take what's on the stack, give it to AF, and then it's going to increment the stack pointer by 2. So we're now actually up in the next 2 bytes of memory of our screen. So we're going to use all the registers, like I said. We're then going to use this command, which actually switches us to the shadow registers. Just do the same thing. So we filled up every single register there, except for the I-axis. And I'm including the shadow registers there, of course. They're all full, in order with our sprite data. But if you notice, it's a stack. So we have to access the top of the stack. And that is actually the 16th or the 15th. Yeah, the 15th and 16th bit across, or byte across. We're going to have to get first. So we want to remove our stack pointer and point it at our play area, segment 1. But we want to add on 16 because we're doing half of a line, and this is going to now decrement every time we push. But we have to do it in reverse order, of course, like I just said. So that was the shadow registers unloaded, or used, or whatever you want to refer to it as. And we just do the exact same thing. Okay, so what we've just managed to do there is take our first half line from our buffer and put it in reverse order into our play area memory. If you remember, I put the play area in the second segment. I've called it seg1 because it's seg1 of our play area. It's only got 2 segments. The top segment, what I would call seg0, is going to be used for the UI, and it's not going to be buffered. What I should do is comment this because we need to copy and paste it a lot. So what we're working on here is character line. I mean, I put 8 in my notes, but I'm going to put 0 this time. Think of it in segments of 8. What I've done here is I've put line 0 stroke A. That's the first half. So we're still obviously in character line 0, and we will be for a very long time. This is a lot of code here coming up. So we're still on line 0, but we're going to do the second half. Now, this is what I was talking about the brute force. I found this the quickest way in terms of processing power, and it was the easiest in terms of brain power as well. It just was the most annoying. Like, I could come up with some sort of algorithm, I thought, but then I was going to have to use one of the registers, at least one. Just felt so much easier to do it with constants like this, and in fact magic numbers here and everything. This is where it did, when I tried to debug it, it was horrible, but yeah, I mean, you know, we can rewrite this another time and make it better maybe. Anyway, let's carry on. So really it's the exact same thing. The only difference is when we load the stack pointer. In fact, let's delete all that, because there's only two things changing every time. But can you imagine how many times we've got to do this? We're on, each character line has 8. We're on 0 out of 7, 0 to 7 twice, 8 times, and 8 of them per segment, and then another whole segment after that doing the same thing. So yeah, it's pop night, push pop. I was using copy paste, where I copied all of this, and I done a find on that, and then I changed the number. It was a right mess around, to be honest, especially my mouse wheel being the way it is. Alright, so I've changed that. We're now 16 in. This one, we start at the back of the line, 32. We're just going to pause a sec, because I need to go and get a packet of cigarettes. It won't be a second there. Oh, here they are actually. Yeah, so hopefully that was pretty obvious what I've done, but we are going to have to do this a lot. That's the whole line complete. Oh, I've muted myself somehow, I do apologise. So we've done the first line, second line's here, line 1. All we have to do is go forward another 16 from where we just were on the screen buffer, which is 32. This one will always be 16, but this is where our constants came into play down here. I think I should flip them into another file really, so that we could easily skip to them and look at them, but I'll do that later. P1 is the solution. Let me just double check. Yeah, because I'll look at these lines again that I've just opened up. Got too many files. I created one called lines, just to show it helps me. Why does that never show up in my stream anymore? Yeah. No, it still don't show up. I'm going to try deleting this thing in OBS and putting it back. Right, it's captured it. So to move one character line down, you have to move at 256 bytes in screen memory. That's long story short. And that's what P1 is. P2 is exactly 256 more than that. You see, it's pretty blatant what that's doing. So here, where we've skipped down to line 1A now, which is the first half of line 1, all we need to do is put P1 there. As I say, I've already changed that memory where it starts in the buffer. That needs to go up by 16, so that's 48. That stays at 32, but we obviously need the P1 offset now. And this is what I was thinking to myself earlier. I could cache a value there, but you can't load that into SP. So I'd have to use, God knows, some method while we're using every register. It was actually much easier just to make constants like that. But it's really messy now. Just rolling a cigarette, that's why I'm not typing more of the code. It's a lot more just like this, really. We've just done 2 lines. What I'll do is I'll get rid of our sprite code here. And we'll draw its background instead as a buffer in the buffer, which it already is if you look. It's filling the buffer with those. But for now I won't draw a sprite on top of it. We've got 2 lines. I might try and compile it now and just see. Oh goodness me, I'll put it in the draw sprite. Wait there. No, it's down there. Move buffer to screen. So draw sprite is irrelevant right now. So what's going on here? It's putting it into the buffer. If I don't call this, we're going to just get a blank screen. Oh, it still didn't show up. This is very annoying. Weird gremlin. It worked fine earlier and every other stream. But I need to compile it anyway. Doesn't compile. 178. Play area seg1 is undefined. That's because I copy and pasted the code in and I had it wrote out before. There we go. Right, so why is that not loading up for you lot? There we go. Hopefully that sorts itself out. No. It's blank screen like we said. Hopefully with this we should get 2 lines in the middle of the screen roughly. And there we go. They're meant to be a bit more solid than that. That looks like to me like it's running out of time. Doesn't look great. Let's finish the character line to see what it looks like. This mouse wheel is a bummer. Just double checking that I messed it up already before we copy and paste. Nah, it's fine. Just wonder. Try copying my other one in, see if it's different. Still the same. That's flipping strange. Anyway, we'll deal with it later. Shouldn't be that much. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. That all looks good. I don't know. Let's finish the character line, like I say. So we're basically on line 2 or 3, or whatever you want to call it. I'm calling it 2 because we start from 0. And that was on 48. So my stupid maths is 64 next. This one needs to be P2. So it's just moving it down to the correct line. It's really that simple. That'll be 80. It's a heck of a lot of copy and pasting. This is just one character line, if you know what I mean. Let's roll in a ciggy. Okay, where was we? Line 3. I'm just wondering if I should copy and paste some of my code in. I think I should. Because it's just very much repeating now. All we do is increment that number by 16 each time. This doesn't get incremented, it's in the right place, but this does, constant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab enough code for the entire line all the way down to 7b, because we again started from 0. So that's the end of one character line. do that. That's just one line, and it's the top line, so it's the least. I mean, the rest of them only need one extra offset. That's all. It's looking a bit better, but for some reason or other, there's some anomalies going on there. It was not happening at all when I did it earlier. I drew much more than this to the screen. I think it's the exact same, but let's just copy and paste it just to make sure. Exactly the same. Funny. I mean, once I've got this implemented, yeah, save the headache, copying in. Thing is, I've just copied it now. It was working. That is just to do with, I think. What is it to do with? Alright, let's try this. Let's try literally. Bang. This is the working code, although I had it working and it's on GitHub working, but then I screwed with it and we end up with this. But I can easily sort that out. Firstly, that should be there. In fact, that might just sort it if my code was written well. I doubt it will though. No, hasn't done anything. There's someone else causing it. But that was a problem as well. Can you see the grey lines? I think I just deleted a load of stuff just before I started. Just the last couple of lines on the what's it called code. Buffering code, you know, the movement of buffer code. Look how long it is. And I mean, wow. I think we're nearly there. I put a bit of a space, there it is. Right, if I get rid of this for a second. Now, this is just one segment, that central segment of the screen, buffered. So somewhere I went wrong with the size of my buffer, and that's where the colour problem was coming in. There is another problem with it. But there we go, that's what I was actually trying to achieve. Oh, why doesn't it show up? Stupid, whatever it's called. I have to click it every time to make sure it comes in now. Anyway, so we've got our draw sprite routine working there, and a background. It only fails when I do the second segment, which is the bottom of the screen. There's also some other problem where the end of the segment, you can't see it on this. Oh man, why does it not load? What's going on with OBS? That might fix it. There's only 7 lines being done, even though I do 8. That's what my problem was. I'm going to delete all that. In fact, is it? Yeah. So that it appears to be working there, because our flag's position on Y is at 0, which is just what I wanted. Oh, it's still not showing up in OBS. Stupid thing. Jeez, it's a pain in the ass. It doesn't show. I have to click it every time now on OBS. I mean, let's just hope that works. If not, I'll have to click it every time. Right, so the sprite's Y position is 0. Our buffering is working. For some reason, when I'm doing the second segment, I'm overrunning. But if our playable area happened to be just this one segment, this would be finished. It looks finished, but actually, yes, it booted up straight away. That's brilliant. I've got to zoom in. Oh, you can't see that bugger. Right. It looks to me like only 7 flags could fit there, and I think that's what my problem was. Even though I'm doing eight lots of character cells in this big, long, monolithic routine. I mean, it looks like it's complete, even when you flick through it. It looks like it's ready to copy and paste and just change all the segment 1s to segment 2s. In fact, that might be all I need to do. Maybe I just messed that up when I copied it. Because as we can see, let me try drawing 8 flags on top of each other. I've just done this weird thing. This happened to me earlier. I have to just close it. Been having lots of weird gremlins. I forgot where I was now. Oh yeah, I was going to just put 8 sprites on top of each other. Need to go to the bottom. So That'll do for now. It'll just help me see. Oh, damn it. It's specific to that sprite. Forgot about that. In that case, sod it. I'll just move it down 8. God, what's good? Sound, so it went down 1 character cell. I'll leave that open. I don't want to leave that open. I did want to leave it open, but I think it's what ruins OBS when you have 2 of them. But I'll just move it down 8 times 7. In theory, that should still show up, shouldn't it? We've got 8 character cells per segment. So this should be on the bottom 1, 0. Oh, my brain. Let's put it on 6 for now. Because it is 1 height, like it's 8 height, don't forget. Okay, so it's still there. That's right at the bottom. Is that correct? No, it's wrong, see? Because if we go up 8 times... Oh no, it is right, isn't it? Oh, my brain's screwed. I can't tell whether there's 8 character cells being drawn or not. Five. So what's 6 at the bottom? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There's only 7 cells. My brain. There's only 7, isn't there? If 8 times 6 is putting us right at the bottom, and the flag is 8 height, it still only gives us 6 different positions it could be in, doesn't it? 8 times 0, no, 7, sorry. 7 positions. It needs 8, doesn't it? So something in the code's failing. 7. Yeah, that's what it is. That's where my problem, well, was definitely one problem. Why is there only 7 rows of characters? I should be able to go 8 times 7 and still see the thing, shouldn't I? 8 is the size of a character cell. But you can't see it now. It's off. It's out of what's being drawn from the buffer. 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. No matter how many times you count it, there's only 7 there. But is that right because of the height? My brain's so screwed. Yeah, I think that might be correct actually. Yeah. I mean, we already actually have it. And weirdly enough, it stopped doing that glitch. Have you noticed? There's no glitch there now. It's all crisp. So the beauty of it is starting to show already, because our sprites are working, and where's it gone? Like if I set him to 0 on his Y, it goes to the top of our buffer, which is great, you know. It's relative to where it starts. It's just perfect. It's working lovely. Now another bug I noticed, if I put it at 1, the X start point, for some reason it only draws half, and if you put it at 0 you don't see any at all. So there's 2 there at the start of the sprites only. It doesn't get drawn, but as you see it does with the other one. So, but I can live with that for now. And I can probably use that, in fact, you know, as a part of my game to have things blend out of the screen. But gap at the top is smaller than the gap at the bottom. Is it? Yeah. Oh, good, very good point. So there is one missing, isn't there? I did think that there was one missing, and when I had when I had the other code pasted in for the second segment, you could see a grey line at the bottom of each, like like the 8th character cell of each segment. But honestly, I can't imagine why. Because look, yes, it's line 7, but I started from 0 all the way up here. The only thing I thought was maybe I'd not changed one of these, so that it must have been the second to last one, if that is the case. If they were just getting drawn over the top of another one. My mouse wheel really doesn't help. I would have been much quicker with this if I didn't have to keep moving to the side there. So line 0 done. Line 1 looks good. Yeah. Yeah. 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, it is correct. Oh, I left that on this stupid screen. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even able to scroll up with my previous code, really, because it would have had to take into account, like, well, I especially couldn't have done, like, vertical scrolling. It would have had to take into account what line it was scrolling to and stuff, which we're basically doing here, aren't we, in constants. I'm just going through each line to make sure I haven't left the same numbers one time. That's why I love commenting like this. It has made it a lot easier. But the great thing with double buffering is you can like use that VSync thing that I was doing to do a lot of the drawing inside that weight part, you know. And then you only draw the screen like at certain times, you know what I mean? I still don't know it completely how to do that. I think I've got the gist of it. My next chapter that I'm going to get to, if I ever finish this, is actually rotating sprites and stuff like that, which is going to be amazing if I can figure that out. This is part of it. You have to get to, you know, once you crack this, it's not so bad. And another thing is you can like section the screen out very easily with this method, you know. Like you could have just the bottom third of the window or something, or like 2/3 height and then 1/3 width, do you know what I mean? Or half width. And you could like say 0, 0 for your sprite and it would start in the top corner of that window, do you know what I mean? Just making sure it's incremented by 16 each time. And that this should match that the way I've numbered them. It's all looking good so far. So this final line then, and it looks fine. 256 plus 16 is the whole thing. Yeah, much less to come back to the screen. That's what I mean. We can have full control. When I eventually get to full grips with this, I could specify any sort of screen size really. You don't even have to keep it to the segments, I don't think, as long as you just really sit there and understand what constants to write and what size they need to be. I sat there and watched that pixel moving across the screen with halts so that I knew exactly, and I worked out how many bytes there are in a line, which line is it jumping down to in what order, and then I wrote this function, you know, here with that constantly playing, you know. So at the time it made a lot of sense to me. I did have it working at one point, like that central thing, but then I started getting cocky and copy and pasting a lot, and then using the find and replace function and all that sort of thing. So I mucked myself up a bit, but it's not far off what we're doing here. I'm sure if anyone had some assembly knowledge, they could copy and paste this out of GitHub and get it working within an afternoon of trying, just tweaking a few of the numbers really. But I'm trying to figure out, we've done 8 there. I don't know if you followed that through, but there's flipping 8. It's 16, but there's 8, you know, 2 halves. And I can't go any further because we'll actually go over like a byte, won't we, in size. I mean, maybe that's fine. But it was pretty coincidental that it happened to add up to exactly 256 by the time we get to the very last thing. And that happens to be one segment, you know what I mean? That's crazy. See, I deviated a heck of a lot again from the book, sadly. Maybe I should have just copied that. They didn't put the whole code in there, but basically he done a similar thing to me, but he sectioned it into 28, the thing, and he didn't use the second AF here. on the shadows. Just didn't use that. And then this was 14 every time incremented. But he also used the top segment of the screen. I'm using the second two. Shouldn't make any difference really. I'm pretty sure the I can't even find the slider. There's all this weird junk there now. These are correct, aren't they? The the screen memory. Why can I only see 7 lines? Just gonna double check some of these numbers. I'm sure that is where the second segment begins. Just out of interest. Try changing it to 47. Oops. Whoa. That's strange that. Oh. Yeah, that's weird that, isn't it? So the bottom row of bytes has been put at the top, but not in order. Oh yeah, that does make sense actually, yeah, I guess. So I'm pretty confident mine starts at the right place. But why is it not drawing that final bit? Screen, this is where we actually draw it into the buffer. Don't know why it's called that. I'll just put draw background into buffer. Sort of makes sense. So the buffer start, checks for the buffer end. It should go into, it should be 2 whole segments worth being drawn there. But now we've only done 1 segment here, so I didn't expect to see 2. But I really do expect to see 1. Because all we use as an offset is that, plus this changes each time, the P value, each time we go down a line. Are they correct? We're not even using C right now. I'm going to light up another smoke, that's going to help me out. We're going to figure it all out after that. was churning this out on my own. It was going well, but I didn't notice this problem actually until the very end when I was already ready to sort of go live. Suddenly noticed that there was only 7. And then when I messed around and I tried copy and paste just before I went live, it done that attribute byte thing. I thought, well, I'll just document as far as I've got right now. Not least because it helps me if I ever watch it back. Sometimes I remember stuff. I copied and pasted them out of the book. I'm well confident they're correct. 0 is fine for the first one. I didn't even use that. There's just no need for it. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 different points. And if we run lines.tab again, we'll see it goes down by 8 entire lines. Goes down 8 entire lines, so 8 times, so 32 is a line, times 8 is 256. It's 32 bytes times 8, times 8 lines. So that is 1 entire character cell down. It's perfect. So why on earth is the bottom one not being drawn? I'll try moving it. I'll try moving it forward one to see if it moves down. It still draws without a glitch. No, it doesn't. And notice how it's still drawing in the 0. The hell's going on there? Oh, of course, yeah, because of the way the specky works, isn't it? It's gone to the second line later. So 4800 is pretty much correct, that's why it works. Why the flipping hell is one of the character cells not showing? So we're trying to fill out 2048 bytes for the whole segment. That's why. I've just found it. Look, that still says 6. Let's have a look at your background. I'm just reading your note. Okay. I'll try and think about a quick way of implementing that. I did think about doing some sort of tile, but I wanted to avoid using UDGs or anything, you know, because that would probably, it's just totally different, isn't it? You know, with, yeah, I just need to make a tile, don't I? A sprite tile. I guess that's what I've pretty much got. I could use the flag as a background. I've just cracked it now though. That was the reason. How come there's so many 6s there? Wait there. What are all these 6s doing? Wait a second. I just pressed undo because I lost track of completely where I was. Why the hell is it 6? F5 here. I've got to figure out what I'm doing here. I know that's 256. Why am I on character line 13? Oh yeah, because I've done it that stupid way. Because from 8 to 15. Oh, I've definitely found the problem here. This is what it is. It was my stupid copy pasting. The P's have to match the line, and I also have to times that by the line. And what I did before, and I think I just got halfway through and just forgot that I didn't finish this off. I could probably do it now. I've copy and paste it. I was doing it one line at a time, then highlighting it using find and repeat, find and replace. This is going to sort it. I was getting the wrong bit of memory and putting it into the wrong bit. There's no need for it to be the same every time. I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right now. Oh god. Let's compile it now. Okay, what the hell is going on there? Oh, that's just because I got halfway through the line. Do you know what? I think this might sort it out. It's going to take me a bloody long time. I hope it works. I nearly made the same mistake again. You check the hours. Right. I'm a bloody idiot. Okay. It's kind of looking good now. Can't believe I didn't notice that before. Oh no. What have I done? I wish I could zoom out sometimes this text size, but you can't on this editor. I don't know what I've done here, but I'm pretty sure that was not supposed to be like that. First line, first whole character line's fine. Yeah, character line 9. I need to change this. We'll work in segments, and then we'll look what segment we're in. Oh, it's horrible having this much code. Obviously, when this is finished, it goes in its own file and you never see it again. Right, this looks good so far. I think we have solved it. It's just a laborious task here, especially with the mouse wheel, otherwise I'll be zooming through it. So that is line 2. Oh bugger. Yeah. No, it should be 3. Oh god. No, it should be 2, shouldn't it? Yeah. Wait a second. It should be 3. Oh, it's horrible having this mouse wheel. So I think I just messed up the code. It was already right. Oh, check anyway. So luckily it does match up with that. That one I changed was completely wrong though, because I was matching it up to the line, not the character line. Should call him scan line. That's what that offset's for. So I probably haven't fixed anything here at all. I hope I didn't change too many. God, I don't know whether I'm fixing it or breaking it now. I mean, that's why I called it char down. I remember the whole character line we're talking about here. It should be all freeze. It's so hard just because of the way they laid out the screen. Some people have got it down to a T as well. They know exactly how to sort it out. If I hold this mouse wheel just the right way, it's working, which is great. There's one missing, isn't there? That's why. That's wrong. Yeah, the mouse was behaving all of a sudden. It's a nice change for once. Oh, it stopped. Yeah, character line 6. After all that, I was like looking where it said line. I really wish I'd called that scan line when I wrote that note. Seven, which is 8, obviously, when we start from 0. God. And then the way I had coded it was actually quite clever because you only really have to change this. And maybe the P. Sure, there's a P thing I have to change as well. Here. No, the P's are all good. Ah, finally a bit of progress. See, I was using the find and thing. I could have just done that here, but there's not that many. Maybe I'll show people how to do that. Oh, hang on a second. I'm just going to read what you said in a sec. Just going to make sure I copy this without failing it. Do you reckon? Maybe. That is a step I've got in mind, is to try and figure out using C. I've heard a lot of people doing that, and it would be great to be able to see the output of a C compiler that turns it into assembly. Wouldn't that be great? Like, do a loop and then just see the code. But it's a long way away from me yet. I want to try and successfully finish this, where I get the buffer and some sprites rotating and stuff eventually. But, I mean, rotating might be a bit too much to ask even, but we'll see. I mean, this is a leap forward when we get this working, because the way I've done it, you can just write to the screen buffer in like you would to any other game. Like it's just an array of pixels, like normal, which is a very simple formula to turn into a 2D grid. Shit. Oh, I was going to copy and paste this one. This is where it gets a bit buggy because I've copied and everything, and I want to make sure it does it with the selection only, and then I want to change. But sometimes it bugs out here. So buffer, move, char down times 6. Change that to times 7. Oops. Yeah. Oh, and then of course you've got to do the same thing with that one. So I should have just only changed the ones in my selection. Let's just quickly go back here and check that. Still says 6 here. Yeah, it does. We're finally there, I think. That's going to be the 8, and then I can now actually copy and paste this and just change all the segment 1s to segment 2. I think. Yeah, that looks much better. I wonder, could I do that like you said? Let's just try and I'll grab it out of your chat. Oh no, of course I can't. Yes, I can. It's funny because I know that was probably just a random bunch of numbers, but I'm going to use that exact thing. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's the equivalent of doing that. But obviously they're going to be in a straight line, yeah. They're not. It's not a tile. Whoa! Something I've done has messed it up. It's never getting to the end of that loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. That's sweet. The only problem with this is it'd be nice to find a quick way of staggering it so we could see it go across the screen in the correct order. Do you see what I mean? I'm trying to think of a way of doing that in this loop here so that we step them bars. Just need to shift them by 1 extra, maybe ink twice here. Just to see what that looks like. Oh, it hates that. It would be lovely to be able to quickly do that as a great demonstration, because that could still, couldn't it? I think we have got this working now, but that could just grab that, and then like that problem I had where it could still grab that memory from the wrong place and it would look correct, if you know what I mean. Do you get what I'm trying to say there? Because there's no variance to it, but it looks spot on, especially with that sprite going over the top of it. Now let me try and change the sprite's position, because I was having some problems with changing the sprite's position earlier. For example, 00 doesn't show up, so let's see if it does now. I don't think it will. I think there's some other small problem with that. Yeah, that doesn't. You notice that our bar background does. That's at 00 and it shows up. But if I put the sprite there, it doesn't. But if I put it at 4, then it moves 5. So for some reason, like I demonstrated earlier, I don't know if you're watching, but if I put it at 1, you only get half of the sprite. The other half is, it's just not drawing stuff before that for some reason. Let's try moving it down to 8 and try 1 again. Yeah, same problem exists. But the weird thing is you can go all the way to the edge of the screen. Oh, wait there. Oh no, it's 32 in it. But we're 16 wide, so yeah, there we go. So that is actually progress. This is progress. Quite good progress. It's not quite perfect yet, but let's try. This is where it went wrong for me. I tried to quickly copy and paste it. All we need to do is literally do the same thing, but starting from there. And then we need to obviously our buffer start. We'll just have to continue on from where we are. Let me think. In fact, we can just add an offset to this, can't we? The entire segment, which is I worked out earlier. Well, it's OX 800, isn't it? Got seg size already. So I can add seg size to this. Copy and paste it, add seg size to all of them. And this one just changed to seg2. And I believe that is it. Let's try. It's a massive amount of code to copy. And in fact, before we do it, I'm going to copy it all, cut it out of this file. I don't like it being here. Too big. Confuses the rest of the code. Can't even see the rest of the code. Alright. New file. I'm pasting it straight in there because I don't want to lose it. And then I'll just go to save as instead of using my normal little trick. I guess it's so big we might as well just have its own file for like, we'll just call it double buffering in it. Or debuff.asm. Just include that right at the bottom. It tends to work for me doing that. Should just go to run that unmodified now. I was moving the sprite there, but I think I'll get rid of that for now. So I was going to paste it all and copy it when I later I'll put a lot of the constants into their own. I think it's worth having them just completely on their own so that you can just flick to that file and look at all the constants without messing around. Let's get this whole segment. It's huge. This is the most code. This is the longest routine I've ever written in my life. Right. It's copied. Seg2 is going to have a huge bit of space. I've forgotten what. Oh, seg size. So I'm going to use the copy, the find and replace functionality here. Only for seg2. So I've got to remember to highlight all that. I mean, if it doesn't work, I can just delete that, can't I? Do it again. But I'm pretty sure I can do this without messing up. Ah, see, it does that thing. I forgot to. That's why it is. I forgot to click that. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Moz, because I often do these and I think to myself, cool, I must sound like a right prat. But I'm glad, like yourself, and I have had a few other kind comments, so I know some people are getting use out of it. Even if it's just the slightest bit of use, I'm happy, you know. Share the love, innit? I've copied it, yeah. I just have to make sure I click that, and then let's not do anything fancy. Let's just type it. Just want to change all them. To that. There's 128 of them, so you can see why I'm using this technique. This. Pretty sure we're fine there as well. There's probably going to be 128 of them. Oh no, there's lots of them. Wow. Oh, it's because we're not in the highlighted area anymore. I forgot again, didn't I, to click that. Okay, 128, perfect. Plus seg size, plus. Well, we might have to do seg size, plus. That'll be easier. Plus. No, we don't need the plus. Don't be silly. We're looking good there. And if my brain is working right, this is going to be a brilliant for us. And like I say, this is quite an unconventional way of using push and pop. We're sort of using it backwards and we're cheating with it. I know it's intended, I'm sure it's intended, it's a great feature, but I didn't ever think about the stack like that. I just thought about the stack as a place for storing data quickly that I wanted to get back shortly afterwards. So you just learn something brand new every day is what I'm trying to say, yeah. Like when you're a beginner like us. Do you know what? I think it's ready to roll. I changed the pointer. I added that offset in the buffer. And then what else did I change? Oh, I changed it to seg2. Oops. Let's give it a whirl. Oh dear. Oh no. That's kind of right, but it's the inverse of what we want, isn't it? And the flag's gone. At least we're not writing into colour memory. Strange. I mean, the first thing in my caveman style of debugging as usual, which I knock, but trust me, it's not that bad. You know, if it was that bad, I would have already found a way of doing debug messages and all that. But I don't need it. I normally find the answer just this way. But Christ Almighty, look how much code it is. I think it had a big gap in it. Yeah. So yeah, get the caveman tools out on it. So it was nothing to do with that code we just wrote then. Somehow that was stabilizing it. The hell? Well, the only other thing I did was move it, wasn't it? It's gonna have to be that copy and repeat that I've just done, isn't it? Seg2, L seg1, seg size. What the hell? Is there a return? I think there is. I think that's why. Yeah. Also, what the hell is that doing there? And I forgot to reload this stack pointer. Perfect. So in a minute I'll do that, but let's just quickly see that in order. Yeah. So I imagine the days where you didn't have comments, you know, multi-line commenting like that. Still, that doesn't work though. Odd. I'll try comment that again. Oops. Why isn't it working? There we go. Okay, so it is that code. Ain't it strange how what it's doing to it? Is it going like one bit in and doing a flash, but then why isn't it flashing? It's inverting the colours somehow. Copy and paste. Do you mean it could be the problem that I copied and pasted this too eagerly, or something else? There's obviously something wrong in this, but probably not a great deal. I could try copy pasting it again, just deleting that. That seems to start from the right place, if that's me. Is seg2 in the right place? No, it's not. That's not right, is it? Wait, it's meant to be 800 hex above. That's 800 decimal. It should be something much lower than that. Yeah. That's it. It's going to solve it, isn't it? Well, it's kind of solved it. Seg2 is definitely in the right place now. Oh. If someone just skims this video on YouTube, all they see is me just copy and pasting, undo it. So funny. But I will, this is on GitHub, and if this works right now, I'll save it in this state to GitHub as well. So eventually, but there we go. That's pretty much work. There's something going on at the bottom there. Oh, you won't see that. There's a couple of little graphical glitches at the bottom for some reason. Yeah, imagine that, man. One key per type as well, wouldn't it? On some of them keyboards. And it had like an interval of about something like a 3/4 of a second before the next key would register. You gotta admire them folks. I mean, they're the sort of people now that are designing the latest sort of VR tech and driverless cars and whatever else, you know. I'm gonna save this to GitHub because I think that's working. I can't imagine what that graphical glitch is. I don't actually think it's anything to do with this code though. I'm gonna put it on GitHub and just put it like double buffering, almost done, just so I know where it is. Like I say, if anyone ever watches this and knows a way to improve it, it'd be amazing if they just fork it on GitHub or just download it and re-upload it or however you want to do it. Try with my original background. I've forgotten what that was now. Was it just like a bar, wasn't it? A solid bar. That's looking pretty smart. Yeah, see that the graphical glitch. It is still there actually, but it's much less noticeable. Very odd. It'll be something to do with going into the memory. No, I mean it's nothing to do with the color memory, so it's nothing to do with that. Well, let me get. And you see, I exit before I do the add the data to that address, so that it doesn't happen if it reaches that bit. So as far as I can tell, that little loop is perfect. Just for tidiness, I'm going to move change border down to here and just call it. Yeah. Oh, we've got in now at the top. How do I manage that? Oh, because I didn't. Yeah. What's happened there? The flag's gone. Didn't expect that. Didn't like it, whatever it was doing. See if that works. Yeah. My only guess to what went wrong then was calling this built-in routine took too long, and it had started to. I don't know what the hell happened to it. I really don't. But if I do call change border there, it doesn't work. I'd have to find a way of suspending it until that was finished or something. I don't know. But, See, I'm quite happy with that though. It works, other than that silly little couple of pixels. What I would wonder now is if I tried to put our game through this style of rendering engine or whatever you want to call it, would it perform better? And amazingly, would that bullet problem still exist if we tried to do that now? Am I ready to attempt some of that? I don't have to make the same game, do I? What I could do is just make this flag move about. It's like a graphical demonstration, really, isn't it? I don't want to muddy the waters by making too many unnecessary things. Because it'd be nice to have on GitHub just a basic example of double buffering. Obviously I can change this if I know a way to improve it. I believe that this function is complete now, other than that silly graphic glitch. 5600 player Z2. Didn't I change that? I did. Why is it not? That's odd, isn't it? I'll just try opening it and closing it, because that's really weird. Now it just doesn't tell you any. That's better. The time is probably coming one day to figure out more robust debugging tactics. But how the hell would one go about debugging that pixel problem? Even if you had all the tools, I'm just trying to imagine that. It's weird because the glitch seems the same every time. Let me try. Yeah, that glitch. So it's the same every time, no matter what you have for the background. I wonder what a solid background does. So it's not getting for them particular parts of that one line or two lines. It's not actually using that data at all in any form. But that's it. Other than that, that's working. And then if I put my VSync into action, which was really simple, wasn't it? Let me have a little look at that. Oh yeah, let me just check that actually. We are using one halt. Try without any. Oh, look at that. What's going on there? That was just from having no halt. So it was obviously not completing its cycle and somehow failing there because of that. So the halt makes that happen. Which is great. That's what I would have wanted other than that glitch. I wonder if this makes any difference whatsoever. None. Alright, I'm going to try like loads of them. See that. Oh, see that? For a second there, I want to see some other glitch that's occurring. I've got an idea. I'm going to halt on every line or character cell. Line. I could cheat. This is going to take ages when we run it to draw, but it might be very interesting. I probably should only do it on the last few, really. $256 halts. Probably get rid of that one. Let's see where it's going with it. Look at that one line that's getting completed, and then it moves down. It's flipping strange, that. This is all from adding some halts. Don't fully understand the halt statement myself. I know what it says it does in the I mean, I don't know why it can't do the whole line in one halt and then do the next one and the next one. Yeah, I'll get rid of all them. The graphics have got worse, look. I changed nothing. Ah, there's a halt there. Alright. So it's something to do with using halt, like, evidently. It's actually not managing to draw it all, it seems. Alright, well, from that little silly experiment, I'm fairly confident that this code is performing correctly. It might need to be sped up somehow. I don't really see how you could. I really don't. It looks like literally as fast as it is in the book. Load SP, it doesn't matter how many of them things we add. That's done by the compiler before you run it. Before it runs. So it seems like, to me, my screen's choice, the size of the screen, it's too big, which is odd. Nice, did you? Well done, man. Yeah, Zeus. I'm still interested in Zeus, but I'm not going to be using it yet for videos because I don't understand enough of what it does, and also it is actually a slightly different language, isn't it? Like there's some instructions that are different. I think it's cross-compatible. Like it would take all my instructions, but there are other ones. I might be wrong. I looked at his website though. He's a dude, isn't he? That dude sat there and he's like, "Would you buy used bikes from this man?" I said, "God, you look funny as." Yeah, I think I put this Git. I've just done it on GitHub, haven't I? So it's the most up to date. Yeah, give it a whirl, man. See if you can figure out what's wrong with it. That'd be flipping awesome. Debug the hell out of it with Zeus. I guess the thing I need to do now is draw lots of sprites. See what happens. Well, I guess the very next thing I'll do is move the sprite about a bit. To do that, I'd have to delete it, so I'm going to just move it one by one. So X is in characters, Y is in pixels. The flag's gone. And now there's two. See, I was having this problem earlier. I thought I'd got rid of that. Try changing the sprite. It's only on the draw sprite though. The background seemed to be working perfectly. Although now it's just a solid background, we wouldn't really know if it was drawing it twice. I had that problem earlier where it drew two flags, and I was like, how the hell is it doing that? At least we haven't got that massive amount of code in our main. Whoopsie daisy. It's pretty standard code, this draw sprite. I don't know why it's failing. It seems alright to me. And it works in some positions and not others. It's so weird. I mean, we've made a huge dent in this double buffering routine. It's just, my brain is frazzled as to how this changing this has such an effect. Put it to 20 and 8. Yeah, there it is. But ignore those glitches at the bottom of the screen. Sort them out another time. But the flag, if I move it to 20, it looks fine. That's crossing more than one character cell, isn't it? You know, that's starting halfway through the character cell. But then if I put it to 8, well, in fact, the width is done in character cells. But look, there's 2 now. What the hell? I've got 7 then. Very weird. bet the only reason I can't see that is because it went further left. Okay. There must be something in my code, because I noticed if I put it to 0 I don't see anything. This one is drawing in the zone where it wasn't able to draw before. But that's when I'm putting 7. And when I put 8, the other one appears at 0, 0. 0, 8, sorry. So there must be one little thing in my code there, which I'm going to look at in the morning for that, because it's too late for me to start trawling through them thousands of lines. But that's actually good news in a way for me, because I can sort of see what the problem is there now. I still don't get how it can draw twice though. So it's when we're on the 7th line. The 7th. That's mind-boggling actually, yeah. It can't be anything to do with this buffer bit. It must be the draw sprite doing that. Must be. Zero zero should just draw wherever that is at the very start of our buffer. Because all this maths only applies when you're not zero, when you're not at 0. But when I put it at 0, 0, for some reason it's going off the screen. So point at our buffer start, take 16 bytes worth of data, go to the start of area 1, segment 1, move forward 16, the pushing is going to move us back. Area segment 1. We've already checked that it's in the right place. It definitely is. That's really odd. So then 9 you still get 2, but it's doing the same thing that would happen if it... Oh, that's weird. And at 10 it seems to be normal. Let's try hard coding them numbers a second. So it should just be in the same place. Seems fine. I bet we get 2 still, but I don't know why. We do. So it's nothing to do with the variables. It's blasted spectrum memory. Because I can't tell whether it's my... This seems fine to me, it really does. We're just going to the start of our buffer. We're at 0, 0, so it should just go to the start. And just starts poking the sprite in. It all works as normal. I really don't think I should be changing that. It just looks fine to me. Damn it. I may have to continue tomorrow so I can do some off air, you know, and try and get some progress. I mean, I've done a heck of a lot to get here. It's near enough complete, honestly. We did learn quite a lot here as well. We've seen the stack pointer in action. Rather than just using the stack to store data, we're using the stack pointer and manipulating it to our own buffer memory, and we're grabbing data from that. And there's loads of that happening here. And that's where it can fail just by literally putting the wrong number in somewhere, or even the wrong label by accident. The reason I don't think it's anything to do with that that's failing is the background looks fine no matter what layout we put it in, and it paints all the way to the edge of the area. It's only the sprite, which I bashed this code together just to knock up any old sprite. It seemed fine to me. I really can't imagine. And the weird thing is, you know, once you get to point 10 in the position, it draws fine in the position it's supposed to. You can only see the sprite in memory once. There should only be one memory of the sprite because that's the data of the sprite. Do you know what I mean? So we only need that once. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, so when it's showing 2 as well. Yeah, okay. Where does it go then in screen memory? Look from segment. The first segment is 4800 hex, and if you look there, when it's 0, 0, it should be there, but it's not. I've got nothing there. But I really can't imagine why. What I really want is to have this sprite X and Y as 0, and then the flag appear in the top left of the segment. (812) is the duplicate. 8120. Is that a line number in buff? No. 812. Oh, the memory address. 812. That's in our screen buffer, obviously. So Is that when it's at 0, 0? When you set the sprite position to 0, 0? What position was the sprite when it was at 8120? X. I should have a look at this, shouldn't I, in Fuse, see if I can load it. So I'll put 0, 0. That was 8 by 8, that's alright. That's enough, really, if we can find the first line, even, of the sprite, and know where that is. Because obviously you're looking at 1 byte when you're looking at memory address, or maybe 2. So 0, 0. I've loaded Fuse, but this time I'm going to go into the debugger and I'll try and find 8000. Where are you? Oh, it's horrible without a mouse wheel. Why can't I type the number, man? What the hell? It won't let me actually navigate to the right one in Fuse. No, I don't think you are, mate. You're doing a lot better than I am, because in my debugger here it says OX 8000 instruction RST38. Well, what the hell? The hell is that? And I can't, there's another bit, I can't look at the values. It only goes down to OX8FE. I have to step through it. It's ridiculous, this debugger. It's the worst I've ever seen. I should probably be using Zeus. You were right, you were going along the right idea there. That's what I need to be doing. I need to see where that sprite is getting put, and then I'll be able to work out from the number like what I've done wrong. If I can learn, the next thing I need to learn, and I'm going to do it tomorrow. Yeah, try it at 0, 0, see if you can do that. It might not even be there. If you're not, try it at 8, 0, because then you get 2 of them on there. But tomorrow I'm going to find out how to change a value into a string, so that I can get a value from a register and print it to the screen. Because that's all I actually need to know, is what value is HL here. Right here. No, here. Straight after we add. And why on earth isn't it that? Oh, hang on. Yeah, no. It is correct. Because look, there's nothing wrong with that formula. But the mem start offset, y times 32, and x offset. We know it works because when it's drawn in the right position, it's all aligned correctly. I could try loading it in a different spec emulator. I've got ZX Spin, that has some debugging. But... oh, try it. See what happens. Okay. God, the addresses are not hex anymore. Didn't you get? Oh, I see what you mean. No glitches. Wow, that's weird actually, because I got some glitches slightly more in ZX Spin, similar. What I'm going to just quickly look at is because I've got this debugger here now. You can't see it right now, but I just want to know, where did I put mine? 8,000. Yeah, let me look at what's contained in 8,000. So I'll convert that to decimal. 32768. Yeah, it's just got the background. Its value is 255. To be fair, the sprite, I better change the sprite because that's actual first one is 255 anyway, just to confuse things. Let's do that. Just make it look like that instead. It's like two upside down A's now. That's even weirder, yeah. It's the buffer has got the correct value now. It's got the value of 129 in the place I expected it to be at 00. Now that must equal 129. I know it does straight by looking at it, but I will check. Yes, it does. So the buffer contains the value in its very first location correctly when I'm at 00, which is exactly what I want. So why doesn't it show? That means it must be out of buffering. Draw sprite, move buffer to screen. I just can't imagine why. Honestly, there's no reason for it not to. That's the very first point again. 08 OX8000. But the first byte, I've just verified it on the debugger, contains the first byte of the sprite. But when you look at the screen, it's a solid black, so it's not. Have I put one too many in the buffer? Have I put one too many in? If I pop back too far, you know what I mean? Can you do pop A? I mean, that's going to completely mess the code up, but I want to see if that first byte gets put into the right place. Oh, can't even do pop A. Didn't think you could, but alright, well, in that case, let's do 14. Alright, wait there, I'll put it back to 16. I'm going to save it to GitHub. After I just check that it compiles. I know we've probably already got a copy exactly the same as on GitHub. But anyway, that's made sure we haven't lost it. Because this is going to probably mean reworking the whole thing. I'm now going to actually intentionally only have 28 width. Because I've just had a weird feeling it might be going over by 1. Started by 1 plus 16 plus 16. So it might be 33 I was drawing there. But it has to be an even number to do this technique. But of course, now I need to change all of these magic numbers. And possibly a lot of other code as well. Because my sprite drawing code, hang on, no, the sprite drawing code's fine. Except for it won't be 32, will it? It'll be 28. So, yeah, I'm dumb. I think we can do that. I'm going to check now. It takes forever to load when I'm streaming. The internet does. Finally, it's loading. Deck HL. Yep, no probs. Alright. So I think that's all good. Then we just need to change all of these and make sure all the AFs in the first, just one of them. This could not work, but this is a long task. Maybe I could use some more cheating, some of it at least. I won't bother, I'll just keep going. It's going to take me so long because I'm actually going to stop in a minute and roll another smoke while I do it. Right, could I cheat? I could certainly cheat. Find all the plus 32. Yeah, let's do it. So I was on line 2B right at the start. Still doing most of it manually. I guess 7 to 8. No, 8 is correct, isn't it? I've already flipped this up. 0, 40, 40, 28, 28, 40. Weird. Okay. Ah, do you know what? I've just thought of a way of doing this. Oh, hang on. I've got to read your message. Really? That's very interesting. I reckon I am right in saying I've done one too many character cells in per line, and that might be why. Although, what kind of sprite are you getting? Because you might just be getting the flags, which are like some of them will be set to 0 and some to 1. But they shouldn't be set because they should be set to what because we used them all, didn't we, with shadows when we used that EXX. But I've just remembered something. I've got to make sure I focus here because I've done up to 3A, but then I found this hack. 94 plus 14 is 108. So then, but I could easily mess this up. I think I've already messed it up, haven't I? Why is it going higher now? It should be lower. Brain. That's why. 56. It's all wrong. Oh my goodness me. Oh, that's the only one. I'll say he's wrong. Oh, I've made a right pig's ear of this, but I might be able to recover it. Whoops. Have I mucked it up again? How's it gone down? Change the stripes to vertical stripes. Very interesting. And it actually appears when you switch from the register, the shadow register, to for the AF. That's pretty interesting. And does that appear in the correct position for when you move, like if you change the position values? Duplicates are gone. Amazing. Could you fork it? Is that possible? Or did you just download the zip? If not, find another way of posting it, if you want to post it. And I could just update the GitHub. The funny thing is, I think it's because there's one too many character sets in this algorithm, or whatever you want to call it. That's gone up to 16 already, anyway. Yeah, I've never forked either. I've never forked, but I think you can just click it and then I can just go into my GitHub and accept it. I'm guessing that's what would happen, but I've just gone up 14 each time. Haven't I? Yeah, doesn't make much sense. Really doesn't. If not, put it in a zip and just put it on like upload.io or whatever it's called, or even just pastebin or whatever, any anonymous thing that lets you paste, and I'll go grab it. Whatever's easier for you. Or I could private message you on Twitch with my email if you like. I think my email's on GitHub. I think it is. I'm not sure if it's private or what. I can't work out what's been going on here. This is just strange. Why is that one? That's the correct amount. Just coincidental. Okay. I could probably find my email. I just don't know it. So, oh, codaretro409 @gmail.com. I wasn't sure of the exact numbers in that. And to be honest, I thought it was retro coda. Coda retro. Obviously, if I get a bit bigger, I'll get a domain. I mean, really, a GitHub page is all you need nowadays. You can make a website on GitHub, can't you? And they host it for free. I'm a bit concerned that I've screwed these numbers up, but because I reckon there's some halfway down the code that I copied to the wrong value. 196, 210. I think that's it then. See, that's wrong, isn't it? 62 it should be. And that's going to mean all the others are wrong. Luckily I've got it on GitHub. I can just change this about tomorrow when I'm awake. Yeah, see, that's right now. But then there was one down here that's wrong. $28. Goodness me. 42, 42. Yeah, 56. But 70 is correct. Just in case you didn't hear, I know you're not always listening, which is absolutely fine. There's my email, if that helps. I'll keep it open as well. God, it's come from 70 to 96. What's going on? A4. 98. Okay. Bloody hell. Right, it looks alright suddenly. I didn't I didn't get rid of all the push AS. I wonder, can I search that? Oh, that would have been so good. Shame you can't search multiple lines. Oh, thanks, Moz. I'll take a look at it separately. I'll make a separate project, like just renamed it, double buffering 2 or whatever, and I'll put that on GitHub. I might do it in the morning, depends how tired I am by the time I finish. Because I'm pretty sure I'm onto something here as well, actually. I know I'm taking bloody forever over it, but I was trying to find a quick way of getting rid of all these AFs that I don't need. There's no quick way I know of. It's going to take a long time. I'm sure you could get a text editor that you could find these. Basically, if it said EXX in the line above it, delete it. Same with the push if it had the EXX after it. Oh god, this is going to take me forever, man. I'd love to know if there's a quicker way of doing that. I'm going to finish rolling this smoke that I've been rolling for about an hour. Yeah, I probably should have commented, and you're dead right there. I've also found I thought of a quicker way. And now I'll just go through them like that. F4 when I'm ready. It will take a while, but it'll be a lot quicker and easier for me that way. It won't take that long. And then after I've done this, either it works, and that's great, or it doesn't, and then I'll probably sort it out tomorrow. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Up. I want to keep that one. Oh, of course, I want to delete the pushes at the same time. Do you know what? Get rid of that. Damn. So there's no way of deleting it without clicking it. I guess I'm going to have to do all the pops and then all the pushes. I'll concentrate it. Right, done that one. Oh, it's even worse, it doesn't show you the whole thing. Done. Not done. Ah, enter. Okay. Why isn't it changing it? Oh, it's just moving it down real quick. Yeah. Christ, there's so many. Yeah, get rid of that one. Right, now. So every character line I've got to be careful. Wow, this is taking ages, but did it just do? It did. Oh, but I don't know what it was. Yeah, I did. I just got to remember to do all the pushes afterwards. I mean, if this doesn't work, I can't be sure I've done this correctly. Because I swear on the first one it didn't line up, and now it seems to line up. Oh, yes, I think in it. Oh, that's just the one segment. I suppose that'll do. The one segment will do for now. Let's just do segment one. I think I was roughly on a line 600 and something. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, all the ones above the X. God, even pressing two buttons is quite confusing. do it this many times. To know if you've done it right. Probably getting there. Right. I mean, actually, I wish I'd commented all of them, because that would have been easy to adjust the size to see how to make two different sizes. Still can. Let's see if it works. I think I've done it correctly. And I changed something else. I can't even remember. My mind is literally blank after doing that. But it's still like that. What I was hoping for was solid white over that right hand side. Oh, I actually need to change my buffer size, and I can no longer just use the upper bytes, can I? There's always a rabbit hole, especially with assembly. Because now I want to start from there, so that you get two either side. Although, hang on. Yeah, I do want to do that, because I reduced it to 28, so two either side. That's still fine. No, well, it's still fine to start there. The end's slightly wrong now. We have 24 in each line, 28 in each line. We're talking in bytes here. 28 bytes times 8 times 24. No, because we've only got two segments. Times 16. So, wow. 8E00. So we still can use the upper byte there. That's handy. That's why the spectrum is created in such a way, wasn't it, where they do all add up to bytes like that. I read a thing that actually explained why the positioning of the thing was like it is, and it's amazing. I do understand why they did it now. It's so that you can actually increment the upper byte like I do with some of my tricks, and you can actually move down entire lines and characters and stuff. Like, it actually works better once you know how to do it. For that, it's less instructions for the processor to do things like that. So I still can use that, and I just have to change that to 80. Pixel mem start. Don't think we even need that. I might try commenting that out. See what happens. Play area. I'm going to comment that out. It's going to give us some errors, but I want to know where the errors are so I can find them easily. Oh, it didn't give us errors. Maybe we weren't using that. We must have been. Obviously it wasn't going to work because it doesn't know any of this. Well, you never knew, it might have actually that changed. Don't think we do need that. Segment 2. I'll be making sure I look up your one was tomorrow and learn from that. That was a well interesting technique. I didn't even think of, would never have thought of that because I just thought it was already doing that. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, let me try and get the screen size. Yeah, that's good though. Yeah. No, that's interesting though because I'd never even dreamt of doing what you did. Didn't even cross my mind. And if it actually works, that's brilliant. So the trick to that will be to take the code and we'll try and use that and just draw some sprites, all over the place, and actually move them about. We'll have to come up with a way of either clearing the buffer completely every frame to zeros, or deleting sprites as they move like we have been. I was hoping that we'd be able to just like loop through the entire memory and put it to 0, but maybe that's too slow still. Because we can do that async thing or whatever it's called, where we were doing the vsync and then there was that bit of time. We could just clear the screen in there, and if it doesn't happen to manage it, big deal, you get a little graphical glitch and then the next frame it'll clear it, Not that bad. That would be a good thing, but obviously I've got to get this working or your version of it or whatever, but I don't actually mind. But obviously at this time of night I don't want to just load up new code completely and start looking at that. Probably my mind would probably melt. I've been on this for a good few hours before I got online. I mean, I've opened my own problems up here trying to resize the screen. I wasn't even sure that was the problem. It was like just a test almost. So when I draw the background, does that care about? Just goes through the memory, doesn't it? Yeah. From buffer start UB to buffer end. I'm going to go ahead and assume that I've done something insane when I was doing all the copy paste trick here to rename or you know, change them numbers, find and replace. I'm probably gonna have to, like, when I wake up and I feel fresh, go through every one of them numbers. Because the first batch are probably alright. I think I sorted them out. See what's going on there? That's wrong for a start. Should be 210. now the glitch has moved house. So that's because of my 02 perhaps. Yeah, because I want that bar there. I wanted two either side to be part of the margin, as it were, so that I could draw sprites on their way in from that point. So that's actually almost correct, ignoring them little pixels, because we've got that's a separate thing that I've got to figure out, I think. Weirdly that you don't get it on Zeus, that is very strange. I'm going to open it in Zeus tomorrow. But that bar, oh, I only done segment 1, didn't I? So other than maybe one line that I've cocked up, by the looks of it. Alright, I'm happy with this code. It looks like a ridiculous failure to anyone skimming this video. But I actually understand what's happening now, I think. Other than these dotted, like you can't see my mouse pointer, but them dotted pixels at the bottom and also across the screen. I think that might be to do with the code being too slow. Like I have to come up with VSync or something else with the halts. Because the more halts you put in, it starts changing that a lot. But it's getting extremely late for me. Most of my ideas now are stupid. Yeah, I'll be going offline pretty soon. I might quickly do the other segment. But I would love to know what them stupid little pixels are along the bottom. All I have to do on the other segment is just to push and pop. Just delete them. It's done it. I'm going to be super adventurous and try to start from the bottom. Oh god, look where it's put me, right in the middle. Right, let's go back to the top then. No. That's it. Halfway there. Almost done. Oh, the wonders of modern computers. Alright. I'm reasonably convinced I've just sorted it out, but let's go check some random area. Looks good. What? Why is it still there? I don't know. Did I compile it? I think I did. Oh well. Okay. Does it not allow single quotes on Zeus? I think it allows either with Pasmo. I was convinced I was going to sort it though when I just done that with segment 2. I already changed the figures. At a glance they look fine. Oh, that was segment 1. Oh, you're kidding me. Segment 2's untouched. I don't believe it. Sure, I just done that. I don't know what the hell just happened. Oh, fuck is it doing? Right, back in segment 1. And it all looks fine. Segment 2. Okay, it's not too bad. I'm going to be seeing push pop in my sleep, flashing away at me. That'll be worth it. If I see a nice little border around it, I don't care about the pixels, the little glitchy pixels. What have I done? There we go. What? I just pressed. What's it doing? Oh, that makes me unconfident that the other one where I had to stop didn't work. Alright, let's test it out. That's not bad. There's one line. That's probably where I just messed up with one of them numbers where I had to change them all. I could probably figure that out in the morning roughly where that is. All the other little pixels, I don't quite understand exactly what's happening with them, but I reckon the vsync function might fix that. Oh yeah, that Zeus compiler. I was reading it. It's a different compiler altogether, isn't it? Of course, and it can do other things that Pasmo can't. I'd never seen before. I was so small-minded with it all that I just thought Pasmo basically done everything that you needed it to do, if you know what I mean. That's why it hadn't been updated. I was just a bit naive like that, I think. But when I looked at Zeus and a couple of other like ASM languages, stroke compilers, whatever you want to call them, I was like, whoa, there's loads going on here that I've never seen. I wonder if there's one way that could come up with doing maths in code, you know, and then it just sorts it out for you. That'd be pretty good. I mean, you can sort of do that with Pasmo. I did do that here, didn't I? I times it. Came in very handy. Here, here I'm timesing it constant. Of course, that's logical to be able to times a constant. It all just adds up to just a number. But I thought that was pretty handy, you know. That's why I went with the constants in the end, because I had to multiply that. Otherwise, I might have come up with a loop of coming up with that value, iterating through. But there was lots of values, and it just made sense to me to do it all as constants. in theory, once you get this done and perfected, you just write it and then, make sure you got several copies and never write it again. It's no biggie, is it? Having loads of constants and also loads of repetition. It's not really that big as long as the code is fast enough. Just can't imagine why it's not quite lining up at one line. I fancy having one more smoke, so I'll do that, and then I'll see if I can figure out what line it is here. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I mean, I've downloaded a few weeks ago, but I haven't even looked at it. That Arcade Game Studio by Jonathan Caldwell. I think it's created for the Next as well as the 48K and all the others. And I think, according to that, I think he's abstracted all of this away. So you're still coding in machine or assembly language, but he's made it so it's like basically almost like it's like a higher level language, But I haven't even looked at it yet. I've just read the synopsis of it. So it looks to me like that line is like 2 character cells down. So I'm trying to figure out what would cause it to draw from the very left on that one particular line. I bet you it's one of them numbers that I messed up in just one of these iterations of the loop. If this was a loop. I'm going to have to painstakingly go through each one by myself sometime tomorrow when I'm bored and just check each number because I really want to know if it's the code or just a typo that's causing the error. But you know what? I'm actually happy with the progress we've made. There is definitely some error because I'm trying to draw a sprite there and he's not being seen anywhere. Oh, of course, 00 probably doesn't work now. He's off screen now. No, he's still not there though. Let's just try 10 and 10. It's not there at all. So I've buggered something right up. Sometimes you do just have to delete everything and start again. But draw sprite. I do call draw sprite, so I'm expecting to see it. I wonder if I don't draw the background. So that's our sprite, is it? Oh no, that's the glitches. It was all. That's the glitches. Wait there. It's not getting drawn correctly. It was earlier though. Yeah, there's no glitching now. Oh, there's something at the bottom now. And the line's still there. So yeah, there's been some progress, but there's definitely not. We haven't quite sussed it. It's either this sprite code. You can't quite tell with the background we've got here whether it's failing or not. It could draw it in any order and we wouldn't know. But I mean, that to me looks like it's coming out in the right order, most of it. In fact, really all of it, other than the glitching, because it starts right on the first pixel and then it ends not, which is what we want. But I was working on the double buffering all day, basically, and I think the logic is alright. The sprite code I knocked up in about 5 minutes before I went on air. So I'm going to guess it is that. But if we don't have that in play, let's just delete it. I'm going to delete it, the whole thing. And I'm just going to write it tomorrow. Changing back into a flag. Basically, my next lesson or session, keep calling it lesson, it really shouldn't be, is I want to just come up with a way specifying the position of that or this byte and just have it draw into my buffer memory in order, moving down a line when it needs to. Somehow I failed that because I wrote that so quickly, that code, and I thought it worked. Well, it did work, didn't it? Because when it was drawn in some positions, it did line up, but something was failing. I can't figure it out right now. But I think we've made huge progress here with this pushing and popping from the stack pointer. It's a much quicker way of moving the screen and memory. We've also managed to resize the screen to whatever size we want, the play area, using this technique. And obviously it's just the first iteration. The more we do it, we're going to get better at it. We'll figure out another way of optimizing it or making it improved. I'd love to write a sprite drawing code again now to try it out, but I think even if I'm fresh, I'm going to struggle doing it now. It's just asking for trouble. So I think I'll have to leave you guys to it. I did want to do some gaming afterwards, but it's really late now, isn't it? So I think I'll just call it a night. I really appreciate you watching, Mars, particularly with all the comments. I really enjoy those, mate. Other than that, yeah, wish you all the best of nights. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Hopefully you will all be back too. So I'll see you then. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.